Ouais, ça marche. Bon, peut-être qu'on peut quand même.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hello everybody, it's time to start again for the afternoon. So we'll let the last people to arrive slowly and let's start with the presentation of our afternoon session for the preservation of garden cities. You can see with the association we like to talk with the association, and we talk more about preservation than for protection of the cities of France. We mentioned it several times this morning, and their main subjects that we try to be as rational as possible. But let's make a small introduction for this afternoon. What does preservation mean? We try to have the protection of garden cities since long date now, and avoid the cities being built down. And it's a very Parisian and find out how to avoid to dismantle these areas. It might be very French or Paris orientated, but our colleague from Australia might say also other things. So the question of the preservation of the gardens to avoid demolition is we had this happening in the 60s and in the 70s. We became aware that if the city of Stein, among others, becomes very active in order to keep and preserve these sites, and I will read the title of those declarations those days. It was a protection of artistic and historical scientific constructions, and includes picturesque and nice natural environments. It includes the vegetal world and the garden cities, which include social housing. And social housing is not always obvious. We will see that in our presentation this afternoon. So this fat recognition in 1976 with this intervention, who is going to present us more about what happened with local elected representatives. The next things that happened is creating of ZOP, zone of urbanism protected for the heritage by 1973, and the city of Suresnes is on a long-term process negotiating with institutions, with the Ministry of Culture and city halls that were in charge since the 80s. And in the meantime, this city has been recognized as well like a Robinson city, but still it has been demolished. And then we have the city of Trappes. On the same time, the city Pressargervais, Gennevilliers, and others would have used these laws or done the approaches and actions necessary to protect their heritage through administrative procedures. So we have more the 20th century patrimony label that is more an indication than a protection. And new law for protection that we mentioned as well at this moment is protection in the frame of the urban planning and long-term urban planning since 2000 in the laws of urbanism. We have seen that these aspects are important through a presentation of Samuel Bargas for Moulin Vert in Vitry-sur-Seine about the challenge of heritage protection through the local urban plan. And after that, we'll have the opportunity to talk about the Île-de-France department and its approach for giving a label of recognition and protection. And it's not a patrimony of the 20th century of modern recognized architecture linked with the subventions for restoration, rehabilitation of quality. This is our approach of the prevention of protection on the legal frame. We'll also have some approaches of UNESCO, and UNESCO recognition is part of the national recognition, and that has to be done on national level through France central government, and it's quite complex. And we will see the limits of this international approach. So I will give the microphone to Laurent for this introduction. Thank you, Benoît. As it has been said, we'll start now talking, not only asking how, but why to protect, preserve the garden cities. In our event, we wanted to spend some time on this specific question. This morning, we asked ourselves about fundamental values of garden sittings. We can have gardens that have been historical, and we have treated many of them during these last 2 days. And we have as well to analyze their history, their past, their conditions that were existing in the beginning of the 20th century. And we have to say that one asks himself, there have been cities that have been destroyed, and we have often signed requests and petitions. We know there are several cities in the south of Paris that have suffered. On the other side, on the organizational preparation of this event, we were passionate and impressed by the exotism and the variability of the answers that we have received, and made us travel to many different areas, not only in France, not only in Europe, but we recognize that there are cities that are garden cities, some better known, some forgotten, that help us to feel richer about this magnificent subject. So, we also believe that it's important to have people present here. That's why we have invited the speakers. And actually, this was planned for last year, and we are doing this event this year. So we'll have several communications, exchanges, discussion, information of the preservation of garden cities and the experience of the different actors. And maybe we will talk as well about the resilience linked to oppression that exists too often in the cities because they have been created at a certain moment of the acceleration of the 20th century. So today we realize they are included in sectors and neighborhoods that have a very high pressure from the major metropolis next to them. And all these evolutions we have to take into consideration when we ask ourselves what is the future of garden cities in the map, but as well in their cities. I would like to say a few more words and call Maciej MOTAK, who is from the University of Krakow, the University of Technology of Krakow in Poland. It's going to be my next speaker. Please have a seat over here so that you can make a passionate presentation written in a passionate book about the garden cities of Poland. And it's historically between the two wars. I will also call Benedict Gandini and Paola that are going to treat the city of Pessac, Paola Scaramuzza, and they're going to talk about the urbanism plan, and we'll have some remote presentation from Gabriel Camper from Berlin, and Robert Christian, who is going to talk about strategy. Roundtable will follow, like this morning. The interventions have been partially written, and we have received a text as a copy that you can read afterwards. And we would like to thank, because we maybe need not enough, thank Editions Parenthèse that helped us, accompanied us in a very reliable way with great loyalty in order to produce the book that exists at 1 week. We could already have a look in this book. That was a complex editing work because the pages that are a little bit pink are shorter texts that are in the roundtables and that didn't have received their answers for the colloquium. So this is a way of production of a collective work with this presentation of the symposium that we'd like to represent the event. So thank you again for the Parenthèse editions of Marseille. And, they have published many editions and editors, and thanks God they exist. So let's start with the questions. We should not forget, what did we learn this morning? There's a legacy, and these garden cities, they don't exist for themselves. They're not autonomous, but they're a witness of a certain period of a proposition of managing and presenting an urban area that is defended in different time frames that would allow us to use to find the meaning and make an explanation as of today. So it is important to say that is a testimony, that's a statement that we have to ask ourselves what could be the meaning for the 21st century. Thank you very much for being here and trying to think about these questions. So I'm giving the floor to Mr. Motak in order to speak about these questions. Merci beaucoup. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est à la fois un honneur et un plaisir de me trouver ici avec vous aujourd'hui. J'aimerais vous parler des villes-jardins et les banlieues de la Pologne dans les années 20. Dans le cas de la Pologne, comme c'est arrivé tout de suite après l'indépendance, quand l'idée était née, la Pologne n'existait pas encore sous n'importe quelle carte. Il y avait une autonomie limitée parce qu'on avait perdu l'indépendance à la fin du XVIIIe siècle. Les Lituanie et la Pologne se sont séparés, elles se sont établies en 1918.
In what was to become Poland again in 1918. There were some attempts in all partitions of Poland, including especially Warsaw, Varsovia, and Krakow, Krakowi. Krakow was the place where the large competition for the greater city of Krakow was called in 1910, after the city was extended with some influence, conscious or unconscious, of the garden city ideas. The first reviews of Howard's book were published in Polish press as early as in 1899, after the first edition, but it was only translated in 2008 for the first time, so really, really late. It was known only in some pieces. Ebenezer Howard himself visited Krakow in 1912 on the occasion of World Esperanto Congress, that he was a great fan, and he delivered a speech to 1,000 of participants and to several hundreds of architects and passionates of Garden City, saying, with some exaggeration, but he could get the impression of that type that Krakow was, at the time, the Garden City naturally developed. In Warsaw, they had a plan of Greater Warsaw as well, by Alphonse Gravier, with what they called the belt of suburban colonies surrounding the city, including 4 garden cities. We can see plan of one of them. And there were several projects which were attributed, but usually misattributed, to the garden cities ideas. They were just similar in character, either for the workers, for the miners, which we can see in the top left, or the patients of the hospital for the mentally ill, near Krakow, that we can see left at the bottom, or for the middle class small neighborhoods. Probably the authors didn't know about the Howard's idea, but they were close to it anyway. Poland recovered the independence in 1918, and then the garden city could get also a frame, institutional frame, stronger than before. So 1920s was the most fruitful period in forming the ideas, making the designs and attempts to put them in practice. I'm going to illustrate the presentation with some original illustrations, with some original quotations, as well what was the intention, what were the thoughts, the hopes of the people at the time. I have to say that the garden cities were not numerous. Like Vendula said in her presentation on the Czech garden city idea, that practically no garden cities were built but a lot of garden suburbs. very close situation in Poland, a very few garden cities and a lot of garden suburbs, for instance, in Warsaw, that we can see two leading examples of. I would like to present 3 cases of garden cities, which is almost the entire production of the Polish garden cities in the interwar period, and 1 garden suburb. Each of the garden cities were next to a big city, to Warsaw, to Krakow, or to Vilnius, which, now the capital of independent Lithuania, was part of Poland in the interwar period. All of them were linked by train with the major city. And the garden suburb called Oficerskie neighborhood in Krakow. The first case, and most successful, is Podkowa Leśna. Podkowa Leśna, excuse me, Podkowa Leśna was localized about 20 kilometers west of Warsaw, with a very interesting plan, which combines the radiating streets, the semicircular streets, and that name in Polish means forest hoof. It was actually in between the forests on the area provided by a local landlord with the cooperation with the institution, with the cooperative that was responsible for the investment. It was promoted in a similar way that we know, for instance, the posters encouraging to invest in Letchworth or other garden cities. Designed by Antoni Jawornicki, an architect from Warsaw, who was a graduate of the School of Architecture in Paris. It was actually in between the forest and of that shape of the hoof. The number of lots, originally about 1,700, was reduced finally to a little bit over 1,000, but still intended to be a place for at least 5,000 people. It was linked with the city by the electric train. I mean the city of Warsaw, the capital of Poland, 1 million people at that time in 1920s. It was linked with the train, one of the first electric trains in Poland in 1920s. So the access was easy, the place was popular to live or to visit. There was a good share of artists among the middle class who formed the majority of the population of Podkowa Leśna. It was pretty successful. It was built up in a relatively short time. When we refer to what is Podkowa Leśna today and how it's appreciated and protected, we have to say that this is the most successful story. Not only the urban shape, but also the society has been preserved in the shape that is very close to the original. So once again, let me make a comparison with Letchworth. That is highly attractive due to its location, due to its local condition, but the society, which keeps the continuation of the tradition of the beginning, is very aware of that. There is sort of local identity, exhibitions, feeling of being the part of the place. And as early as in 1981, which is very early as of the plan of the garden city, it was listed as a historic monument, as well as some individual buildings later on, both traditional or modernist, built in the interwar period, including the train station, for instance, and including, most of all, the general character of the place, both its center, in which the church was built, Art Deco building, later remodeled, with the garden itself, like the church in the garden city, and also, most importantly, the general shape and character of the entire place. By the way, since with the introduction by the chairman, there was such a strong impact on the ways and forms of protection, let me tell that in Poland there are 4 major forms of protecting national heritage. Listing the building, the most popular, being the cultural park, which is less popular, being the monument of history, which is mostly sign of honor, but nothing of real protection. And finally, the decisions within the local planning, which are part of the local land use plans and have to be followed. And Podkowa Leśna is practically protected in two ways: listing and decisions with the local plan. Another city, which is forest city, not the garden city in its name, is Kolumna Las. Las means forest in Polish. Actually, another place that was placed in the middle of the forests, donated by a local landlord to another cooperative. That one was also designed by Antoni Jawornicki, by the time a great architect from Warsaw. A similar idea of radiating streets, the connection with the train station, and via train station with the city of Łódź. The city of Łódź, which was an industrial giant, the second biggest city in Poland at the time. But the character of the city was a little different. There was both the permanent population and the part-time population. The rich people from Łódź and nearby town of Pabianice bought the lots and spent some time in the city and some time in the garden city as well. The Second World War put a dramatic halt to the development of Kolumna Las. Unlike Podkowa Leśna, which survived as the community, Kolumna practically lost its community. The Jewish community was murdered. The German community left or was expelled after the Second World War. The Polish community was persecuted and also partly left. So after the Second World War, it was a new community into what survived as the building substance, especially a very characteristic wooden buildings, including modernist ones. They are still usually not protected with listing. They are only recorded. There is another form of not full protection, but recognizing the historic monument and then giving it some protection via, say, necessity to get permits in case of any idea of its rebuilding. Still, in some parts, we can see the remains of the original plan, as well as many of those wooden buildings. However, with time, they tended to be dilapidated and used for another function, some of them. And the third and the least successful story is the smallest of the three towns, whose name was originally Jaszuny, next to a small town of the same name, south of the city of Vilnius, which was of a similar size to Kolumna Las, both about 460 lots. Very interesting plan with radiating streets from the train station, with a market square, with a planned church and park, which was all wooden, with modest houses, with very egalitarian society, almost exclusively Polish, with some Jewish family living there as well. And about a sixth of the lots were occupied by 1939. It was still under construction. The Second World War, with all its disasters, put the end to that. The community was dispersed. Then it became part of Soviet Union. Since 1991, it's part of independent Lithuania and a small, thank you, and a small town with some wood processing, but very close to the train station. In fact, actually, the train station is the best preserved and beautifully looking place in the town, which is now called Jaszuny Grzękilje, referring to Jaszuny, the train station. The former residents remembered the beauty of the place when we consider the location, the health, and other virtues of the garden city. That's a very good example. Since I shall speed a little bit, I will go through the garden suburb of Krakow. Let me show the map of Krakow with the interwar investments in the interwar projects of larger size. The city was developing. What you can see on the right, the biggest of them, was a combination of regulation plans. Each was made separately, most of them by the same guy, engineer Marian Lenk, who combined them together. So step by step, it turned out to be the garden suburb. It was too close to the city to be the garden city. But with the initiative of two cooperatives, one of the officers of the army and the other of the officials and of the municipality and state institutions with some teachers, generally middle class, they formed that garden suburb in about 15 years, reaching about 60% of the plan by the outbreak of the Second World War. Once again, with the traditional architecture and with the modern architecture. A couple of pictures showing the life in the place. Amélie and Benedict mentioned the importance of fences. You can see a fence and another fence in there. Fences were important. The buildings were fenced, but the neighbors always made gates in between the fences, and before the building was completed, it was all open, which I was told by that little girl portrayed there in 1935 when she was 11. She's still living in the same place and working in the Institute of Botanics, to which she goes every day, or if the weather is poor, she goes by bus. The place is protected in a number of ways, most of that by the plan, by the decision in the local planning. Some of the buildings, but very few, were listed. Most of them were recorded. There is a growing, feeling of identity and interest in the place by the community, which is very mixed. It's tending to change with time. What is important, in the post-war period, the place was equipped with public buildings, which the original plans lacked at the beginning. And they were provided and completed the urban structure. Just to summarize, let's take a look at all the plans nowadays and the final look and at the ideas, the hopes which were behind the beginning of those all places and which contributed to their character, even if not entirely delivered. Do I have one more minute? 1 minute, precisely, thank you. So I will come back to this slide. Just two notions of what is Garden City today, not only with the law, but also with the common sense. There was a great exhibition in Krakow 10 years ago with very sad conclusions. After 100 years after the original exhibition on living in a way of garden cities. And there is another notion, which is the competition for anything that makes the city, whatever it is, more green, more beautiful, more garden city-like. So you can compete with a balcony, you can compete with a yard, and my mom once received such prize, so all the family was very proud of her, senior aunt, my cousin, my nephew, everybody appreciated that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Please join us on the stage in the next panel. Laurent, you rapidly presented this. The floor is yours.
Nous allons donc
Thank you. We're going to present to you the city Fougères of Pessac. When Le Corbusier presented his project in the first volume of the full works, he talks about this project as a kind of a story which is controversial. He writes, Pessac is a kind of an Alsatian novel. It's a project which has a very strong innovative character. It's highly linked to architectural research, and he thinks about a way of reforming low-cost housing, let's say. So the Alsatian novel will soon be 100 years old. It's been a rich life, and today we're going to be presenting to you from the point of view of the heritage aspects. Because parallel to the local life of the quarter, it also has, it's a place of life, and it's a different point in time. There's a recognizance and a disconnaissance in terms of the value of the site, which is a bit of a controversial topic as well. Today, it so happens that the Cité Fougères is on the list of World Heritage, and so we can leave the story to have the opportunity to think about the resources and the methods for the future that we'll have the opportunity to look at, starting with the instruments and possibilities to manage a site, both in its role as a cultural site and obviously as a house or lodging. It needs to continue to live its life being a lodging, as a residential building. So going back quickly to this story, this is an order by a private individual, Mr. Fougères. He read Le Corbusier's book on architecture, and he suggests that he build this. He proposes to make a laboratory for Pessac to put into practice his theories and to raise the question of housing, low-cost housing. So for people who had a modest income, the neighborhood would be designed in a very short period. We're talking about a period between 1924 and 1925, between design and building. You can see here it was published in 27. We have 51 houses there, and Le Corbusier wrote the purpose was to have it be cheap. The resources in cement and the method was standardization and industrialization and tailorizing. The idea was to build fast at a low cost and to be able to sell at a low cost. And so the slogan was, everybody has their own house in this neighborhood. So very quickly, the standards that you see here combined differently between module and half module, 5 meters by 5 meters or 5 meters by 2 meters 50, combined in different floors and different blueprints, so that this neighborhood, we have 51 houses at the time with different types, which you call zigzag, and because you can see it's in a form of a Z, and you have some high ones, high skyscrapers, and there's arcades, which is a way of joining buildings together via arches. And some of the buildings are isolated, either small or big models. So that's the method of standardization. It's an architectural project founded on these principles. And this is an urban planning. Obviously, these projects follow like what was announced in the architecture or in the house in series, serial houses, and the PLU was vast and no longer it made it possible to use series production in series. So you have an organization from the point of view of urban traffic, and planning is much more orthogonal, which could be a tradition of city gardens. And in all of the manufacturing of the project, we talk about a modern neighborhood, fujas, and a lot. So we call them the Workers Quarter. So now what you see here is what was actually built in sectors C and D. The sectors B and A were actually never built. So only one part of A was built, one part of the foundation is there. So the question of semantics between different quarters is kind of a source of discussion. Le Corbusier wondered for a long time about the Cité Forgès. He kept thinking about the project and asking the questions of what habitation should be. Here is a younger project. It was another garden city, which was never done, but it was a project for a site nearby. And that's more based on the British model, whereas the Cité Forgès is a bit far off from that type of project. However, he himself called the Cité Forgès as a garden city in Pessac when he's writing, because he has to defend in certain things with respect to inhabitants, because there was problems of conserving materials quite early on, given the innovation. And he affirms, his whole biography is published on this. He says how it was published in Germany, and it's this type of construction and the means that were used become the model throughout a number of magnificent garden cities that were built, indeed, in Germany. So we can cite Forgès as a model. What is certain is that in the Cité Forgès, the built parts are seriously thought about. The open sides, the public spaces, and the private open spaces are also, we're thinking very precisely in terms of projects about those. And there are choices of plants. There's an organization of space for the car and separations for the idea of leaving something transparent and having relationships between one house and the next, and the possibility of having a relationship with digital. Now the digital side always have an important part to play. This is an image that represents the project with the presence of plants and trees. So this is the day of the inauguration, 13 June 26. Le Corbusier made a speech at that occasion, and he affirms that he's removed from building Pessac because the aesthetics of it did not convince him. We tried to get him here, well, being next to each other, but the harmony was to hook up with somebody else. The importance of the volume. Here you see people in the implantation of the people from Italy, and that was a choice in terms of the relationship between volume of the house and the plants planted outside. So modifications that occur on different scales, on the urban scale, but also on the scale of a house. Very quickly, the people that are under 30 started painting and modifying their houses. Le Corbusier gets angry, whereas in 66, he affirms how, he looks at the pictures where houses were changed, but this is the famous sentence. He said, "This is life." He changes his point of view insofar as the people living in the buildings are concerned. And it's in 1966, which is the 40-year anniversary of the city, he started thinking about this, which comes both from the people that live there, who are still major players, and also with respect to elected officials. So we have traced this history now. In the 60s, we decided in 68, after having said it was a movement, a youth movement, but the Conseil Supérieur of Historical Monuments said that we can include it in the list of historical monuments. And in 76, that was the first real aggression they had in the picturesque Gironde area, because you can't protect every house. You're in 76, and starting from the 80s, sometimes the inhabitants are starting to be protected. The first building classified in 81 by a private individual set off a whole series of studies and surveys whose purpose was to move to the DPRPP, which is a way of controlling these various aspects as they stand, which makes it possible to have to face up to pathologies which are both physiological and psychological, and the transformation that have been done by inhabitants in the framework of the transformation. So that is just to say that you can also mask people by interacting in different areas, and so between selling at 6 or 85 with the adding construction, and the 85 in 2017 is another type of expenditure, less than the year before. What's interesting with respect to what Paolo just explained is that in parallel, that you had these two periods. You need to remember that starting from the beginning of the year 2000, the process of enrolling in the World Heritage, or the architectural work of Le Corbusier, the process starts at the beginning of 2000 via isolated projects with Firminy, for example. Starting in 2004, the project became much more ambitious and was more ambitious in the sense where the Ministry of Culture, with the Le Corbusier Foundation, wanted to create a list, a very long list and transcontinental list, with a project in 3 continents, 7 countries, and fully 17 sites. What's important to remember is that since the first project in 2008, the Frégis Cité is part of this selection, let's say. What's important to remain is that all players enrolled, we needed the Société Frégis, we have to reconnoiter the location. You see the contribution of the Cité Frégis to the universal value of everyone in the series, because this is an ensemble, it's a series. However, we had to respond to queries from the World Heritage Center, who considered in 2009 and 2011, I'm still talking about 2016 because the work was a minor one. And other than the sites that we're familiar with, we had to justify, notably, because what was taken into account for this enrollment, as you can see the map, the Château Frégis, it was presented as a whole, with the men's view as doing good. And you have the parcels where these are more recent houses. And this was indicated several times during the life of enrollment. And you'll be able to see the area that was taken as a protection around the tampon area, which corresponds to the ZCPUP. Now, this is no longer active, but it still worked. We still use it locally for the restaurants. and to show you how continent it is between projects and the works, just starting in the 1780s, 98, up until today. So today we are continuing, increasingly, I'd say, to enroll and protect, as the World Heritage Day says, you're protecting your houses, to be able to ensure the continuation of this work. And we can consider comparing this to the three cases in 2008, 2011, and 2013, 15, a whole series of enrollments and new investments. Today, starting in 2019, all of the homes are enrolled. All individual homes are being enrolled as a historical monument. And obviously, there are rankings. What's interesting as well is that at last, whatever is classified is the parcel. So in other words, it's the house, the wall, the entry. So we have an additional layer of protection that you can use at will. And for conservation, maybe you'd like to conclude, sir. This site is a site that was studied from a sociological point of view and architectural and ESG. Today, what seems interesting to share today is that we're still a part and parcel of this cycle of studies, knowledge, with new studies that try to respond increasingly to the real questions and the real demands. There are also forms of updating that continue to feed into the work. Notably, the city of Pessac set up an anthropological study that they just finished, and they have a diagnostic tool for landscape and architecture, and in this case, depending on the real vocation of working in a laboratory, and free you up from digital technology. We have to deconstruct market beam, but now we're in market seam already, because that involves the whole square. For the same way, how do you get knowledge out of people's brains? Those historical capabilities, but I think we need to be able to make observations, and that's what's interesting, because you're a member of the city Fluvius, which is 130, and it gives the same road for studies and garden spaces, of the same importance as to what was done in the building industry over the 30s. So you have one vision of the protection, the global protection of spaces that are built and that are open. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's listen to Robert FREESTONE, who can't be here live because there's a big time difference with Australia. I'm just going to start his video. Hi.
attend the conference in person, but I welcome this opportunity to convey something of my recent thinking about garden city research in Australia. The garden city remains an enduring social and planning ideology today, particularly as a residential living ideal. But its hegemony for the state, civil society and the city planning profession, while never total even in its early 20th century heyday, has been steadily eroded. This has happened with the new economics of urban development, which is promoting unprecedented densities in Australian cities, critiques of suburban life and new directions in social fashion. I'll start somewhat immodestly with my own book, Model Communities, based on a 1984 doctoral dissertation completed under Leonie Sandercock. The book unpacked a trilogy of meanings to Australian garden city thought. Firstly, as an environmental ideal, secondly, as garden city principles of urban design, and thirdly, as a metropolitan framework for constraining and directing peripheral growth through green belts and satellite towns. These three images capture each of these in turn. The detached house and garden ideal to rid the city of slums, the set-piece planned suburban territory, and the ideal of compact planetary communities to counter suburban sprawl. All of this was heavily influenced by British thinking and more Raymond Unwin's physical planning rather than Ebenezer Howard's radical prospectus for social reform. So how do these three strands continue into the present day? The planned house and garden ideal, with its connotations of better public health standards, has not completely disappeared, and low-density greenfield development continues apace. However, levels of private open space have been drastically reduced with rising house floor plates, shrinking allotments, and the overall search for land economy. Indeed, provision of public open space is also not quite what it was and should be, as we see here. As environmental living ideals have diversified, so too have practice guidelines for producing sustainable environments. New urbanism, transit-oriented development continue as greenfield ideals, but although we see some continuity here with traditional planned thinking, reality can be different, as the last image captured. At the regional scale, there's even more complexity. Making the metropolis more sustainable in land use terms means working through hierarchies and networks of multiple transit-linked centres, grids, corridors, growth boundaries, green-based renewal, and inevitably working with urban morphologies inherited from the past. It's a lot more complex than the old green belt and satellite town idea. At the same time, we see updates of the cities which Unwin and Howard imagined. The periodic rediscovery of Howard's original prospectus has lately stimulated inventive proposals to develop clusters of small regenerative settlements as an alternative to sprawl. Such developments pose the question, what might a garden city, or more accurately a garden suburb, of the 21st century look like? And here it's all about microgrids, water harvesting, local food production, and the circular economy. What this means is that the traditional garden suburb planned in the early 20th century is a relic and it's at risk, especially as apartment living, as we see here, becomes increasingly more common with changing demographics. Excuse me. Daisy Garden suburb in Sydney is one of the surviving heritage garden suburbs from the 1910s. Here, the interesting thing is that there is no visitor interpretation of that planned landscape. The emphasis is on the prior occupation of the lands by our First Nations people and the naming of streets after World War I heroes. These older suburbs face many challenges. One is their adaptation to new demands such as housing private motor vehicles, and even if well-intentioned, this can progressively detract from the integrity of the streetscape as we see here. A greater sensibility to planning and design history has nonetheless flowed into local planning. What this has meant has been the institutionalisation of more guidelines and regulations for undertaking building work. And this is played out through a complexity of requirements, addressing the degree of physical and amenity sympathy of new to historic development, as measured across things such as height, bulk, materials of new development, sight lines, density, landscaping, and the integrity of the inherited public realm. I'll conclude with a reference to the national capital of Canberra, which brings together most of these themes. Noting, excuse me, I'm getting over a bout of COVID. Noting that I'm talking here about a city of 400,000 with much else to worry about. There is a garden city heritage. It's featured in the early plans, even the ones that didn't make it, like the scheme of Frenchman Alfred Agache, which won third prize in the 1912 design competition, complete with its cités-jardins quarter. Actual development from the 1920s produced classic house and garden planned suburbs. The heritage of those relic suburbs is protected as far as possible by conservation criteria governing the building form, open space and streetscape. The challenge everywhere is the pressure of urban renewal. But new greenfield development doesn't match the early standards. We see this on the left. The house footprints with minimal outdoor private space, and nature strips. Very few street trees, increasing densities, no parks in sight. There is, however, an effort in certain communities to find new ways to make suburban precincts more sustainable, as we see on the right. Green suburb, particularly to address urban heat, water-sensitive urban design, integrated parks and greenways, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, bike share schemes. So there is a positive note to end on in bringing these early garden suburbs and reinventing them for the 21st century. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you, and I hope you have a terrific conference.
J'ai oublié du coup de présenter Robert.
I forgot to present Robert FREESTONE, and you could read his qualities and his functions. Small error of timing. It was supposed to be at 3:30, and we have another video of camper coming from Berlin. That is been recognized by UNESCO. So I suggest we'll see the second video before we have an exchange with the floor.
Bon, tant mieux parce que là, c'est censé être lancé, mais on n'a pas d'image.
Bonjour, chers collègues, assurément. J'aimerais tant être avec vous, mais ce n'est pas possible. Je suis donc dans mon home office à Berlin. Je vous parlerai des Siedlungen à Berlin, les 6 qui sont...
Sorry, the sound is very bad. The lady is not using a microphone, so we can hardly hear what she's saying.
Je ne les présente pas dans l'ordre chronologique, mais dans l'ordre systématique, suivant leur emplacement par rapport à la ville et suivant leur type, c'est-à-dire est-ce que c'est une cité-jardin ou cité-forêt ou cité-paysage, parce que ça fait une grande différence pour l'interprétation des espaces verts.
There's going to be several presentations.
À Berlin se doit à des circonstances très spécifiques, politiquement, financièrement et artistiquement. On est après la fin de la Première Guerre mondiale.
So we are talking about a period after the First World War, and the city is reorganized after the revolution. Social Democrats get the government, and it will be modern architects that will create several islands. Of course, there were problems of financing, and financing was done by losses. And there was hyperinflation, and this hyperinflation made the people lose their money, but the debt has been turned into zero because that's what we had, new rules of house interest rates in order to pay back the credits, and this money will be invested. I'm sorry, the sound quality is very bad. I have to make a break.
Et c'est comme ça que ça débute. Cet organigramme, œuvre de graphisme avancé, représente le réseau des acteurs impliqués dans la création des îles. Au centre, la G-Hack, les grandes lettres, qui réunit tous les acteurs et qui figure souvent en tant que maître d'ouvrage. Et on trouve aussi le G-Hack.
So this is a presentation of the companies, but I'm sorry, we cannot hear what she's saying. The quality of the original soundtrack is too bad.
La ville est la première Siedlung de Bruno Taut à Berlin pour la Gartenstadtgesellschaft, la société des cités-jardins en Allemagne. Proche du mouvement intellectuel et idéaliste de la Lebensreform, mouvement pour la réforme de la vie. Ce n'étaient donc pas du tout les prolétaires, mais les bourgeois. Le noyau de la cité-jardin de Falkenberg est la cour des acacias, représentée en double au pied de cette diapositive. La forme rassemble en tant que composition aux closes des Garden Cities en Angleterre. On peut aussi les associer avec les prés communs au milieu des villages de Brandenburg, les Arner, des Arnerdörfer. Mais ce sont les petites maisons mitoyennes qui m'intéressent.
So different examples of small homes.
Les façades sont faites comme des tableaux. Et c'est surtout la maison bleue qui m'a intrigué.
And they were looking like paintings.
Une longue histoire. Pour la couper courte, je propose d'y voir un lien à la peinture expressionniste du même temps.
And I think they were influenced a lot by the impressionists of those times. I'm sorry, the quality of the sound is terrible. We can hardly hear any sentence.
Construite en 3 étapes dans un terrain intra-urbain du Wedding, à côté d'un parc du même nom, le Schillerpark. Taut choisit une disposition plutôt urbaine, avec de grandes cours semi-privées qui sont déclarées des living rooms en plein air, Außenwohnzimmer. Donc le gazon est une surface commune pour les habitants et le jeu des enfants. Avec la composition des façades, le décor en briques et leur toit totalement plat les corps de bâtiments prennent un air sculptural et expressionniste. La Wohnstadt Karlegien, nommée d'après un social-démocrate et syndicaliste, fut placée sur un terrain intra-urbain dans le Prenzlauer Berg. Bruno Taut travaillait avec l'architecte Franz Hillinger, qui dirigea d'ailleurs le bureau de conception de la GEHAK, déjà décrit. L'emplacement intra-urbain du terrain demandait une densité augmentée. On construit 4 étages au lieu de 3 ou de 2 dans la banlieue. Les cours des 6 blocs en forme de U allongée.
So there was a very higher density of having many more apartments in the same surface.
La cour verte et la cour bleue des 2 côtés de la rue. Et puis, Taut ajouta un étage de plus au bâtiment en tête des blocs et leur créa des façades sculpturales avec de larges fenêtres placées sur les angles, côté rue, et des grands balcons en courbe côté cour. Ceci leur donne un caractère urbain. Voilà pourquoi je l'ai appelée cité urbaine et on pourrait aussi l'appeler cité-parc. La cité blanche, la Paris-Est-Créteil, se trouve dans une situation banlieusarde plutôt. À l'époque, c'était loin de la ville. Voilà pourquoi je l'appelle cité suburbaine. La cité blanche est souvent représentée dans les ouvrages des historiens du modernisme international de l'architecture blanche, environ 1930. La Weisse-Stadt doit son impact de blancheur radicale aux moulures et cadres de fenêtres bleues, rouge vif et jaune qui articulent la surface du crépi blanc. Donc elle est bien blanche, mais elle est aussi blanche parce qu'il y a des couleurs. Elle n'a pas de centre, mais un axe principal qui s'ouvre avec de grandes barres. C'est la grande image, l'architecture de Bruno Arens à gauche. Et la rue centrale passe sous la maison-pont de Otto Rudolf Salzberg, c'est la petite image en haut à droite. Les petites barres de 3 étages encadrent des cours collectives très spacieuses plantées d'arbres, c'est la petite image à droite, en bas. La Hufeisensiedlung, le fer à cheval, est conçue autour d'un paysage historique caractéristique pour les alentours. Il y avait là un nombre de petits lacs dans des creux profonds, en allemand Pfuhl, en français bourbier. Ils sont dus à la dernière période glaciaire à Berlin. Taut en choisit un petit lac pour en faire par son partenaire, le paysagiste Legacies, le centre paysager de sa composition. Vous voyez ça sur la grande image à gauche.
So these areas have been inhabited since the Stone Age.
Aérienne au milieu à droite, nommer toutes les couleurs dont sont peintes toutes ces maisons mènera trop loin. Ça demanderait des heures. Il faut donc aller voir. La Siemensstadt, également une cité paysage, à l'origine nommée Ringsiedlung, a été nommée la première Großsiedlung.
Siemensstadt was the first city garden in a megapole in a big size.
Tous les protagonistes du mouvement moderne, ils créent des œuvres totalement originales pour le lieu, allaient continuer leur carrière après la Deuxième Guerre mondiale à West-Berlin. Le plan en vue cavalière nous montre une Zeilenbausiedlung. On y voit que des barres de longueur moyenne, toutes orientées nord-sud, sauf celle très longue d'Otto Plannig et le groupe de bâtiments accueille en forme de V, création d'un Hans Scharoun. Vous voyez les flèches rouges qui vous montrent ça. Les petites barres de Hugo Hering, protagonistes de l'architecture organique, présentent tous leurs éléments sculpturaux au côté ouest, idée assez extravagante. Ça montre la petite image en top. Les espaces verts, encore une création de Leibrecht et que nous connaissons déjà de la Hufeisensiedlung, sont conçus pour l'usage commun. Il n'y a pas de cloison, il n'y a pas de jardin privatif.
So you don't have any private gardens, but you have balconies.
Sur le terrain de construction de vieux arbres qui ont poussé de plus bien sûr depuis et qui appartenaient à la forêt de la Jungfernheide dont on voit ce qui en subsiste en haut de la photo satellite. Enfin, la Waldsiedlung, la cité-forêt. La Waldsiedlung est la seule qui n'a pas été incluse dans les groupes des Siedlungen.
The one that wasn't included in the group under the protection of UNESCO. It's a World Heritage. And the tradition was quite simple, but it was not less interesting for all of that. It at least had a social interest. But the possibility that it was under a threat of privatization, which would have allowed it to be admitted quite easily into the World Heritage. This was classified in an existing pine forest. A good number remains standing throughout the whole period of construction. We have the photographs of the paths, of the pathways, and the architects wanted to keep the forest character. The distinction between the part planned for the collective use and that for neighboring houses is very clear. You can see the parcels. You can see the center of this. Here, a beautiful picture representing perfectly the forest side of the broad open spaces that accompanied these buildings for more than a century. They grew up next to the buildings which did not grow, and that's how you say that nature and architecture inverted in a certain sense over the passing years. Another city, Benoît house, with the small gardens in front of the houses, which were quite extraordinary, with the big trees and grass and nothing else. There were a lot of all kinds of plantations by inhabitants that were removed in a big action in reforestation, and the green spaces were secured. And the pines are very old trees. Here's a picture of the neighboring houses, a large group of homes, which are painted in the corresponding color. On the left, you have red. On the right, they're green. This is the concert of colors that was decided to maintain during the restoration. And they have more freedom in arranging the gardens here. Benoît was a loved color and a gifted color designer. The triangular block at the bottom of the drawing comes to touch a small forest of pines. It just touches that one tree, as you can see. There's a quite extravagant triangle here on the left-hand corner. This is the last picture. The pre-existing forest within the triangle is used as a green area, a common green area for the inhabitants. The city and the forest were inseparable. The natural space and the existing trees were integrated with a perfection into the neighborhood that were integrated into the lot, and it was an appropriate ruling. This is the end of my story. After 1933, many architects had to leave the country, either because they were modernist or they're social democrats, or they were Jewish, or they might have been all three. Benoît, for example, he went to exile into Japan, then in Turkey. There are architects that left to the Soviet Union, such as Fred Vorlaub, and architects who went first to Britain and then to America, such as Walter Gropius. They left and they could no longer build, and it was over. So it's a very sad story. But there's a very positive turning at the end because we have this heritage, and the heritage is not just good buildings. There are spaces, and there's the history, the story of the 20s, the story of the loss in the 30s. But the buildings carried on, as did the architecture. It was preserved and restored after 1980, in the 80s and 90s, and 2000s and 2020s. All were renovated and restored, and are, as they were, perfectly restored as they were initially, in the same colors, in the same volumes, and especially maintaining the same green spaces around them.
I tried.
Gabriel Verdekamper is following us with Robert. They couldn't. So if you do have questions to ask of him, please do so. That should be possible with our video connection. Hi. I'd just like to bear testimony. I visited all of the city gardens in Berlin that we just presented to you. I visited them some 15 years ago. They're absolutely fascinating. It was extremely moving experience to discover them all on bikes and walking and making photographs. I invite you to do this trip, make this trip to Berlin. It is quite an incredible shock to discover the colored palette of Bruno Taut. Obviously, the restoration is exemplary. Germany is extremely wealthy, and the restoration is perfect. And the inhabitants seem to be aware of the place they're living in. Bruno Taut, I think the history didn't end well for him. Hello. It would be great if she could hear me. I don't know if that's possible. I've lost what I was saying. I think that the story of Bruno Taut came to an ill end, but the 10 years, the 15 years that he devoted to building in 1920, in 1916, in 1912, and 1933, I think that's enough in a life. It was so rich. His work is hallucinating. Thank you. Perhaps we could hand over to Gabrielle. I'd like to...
Je ne comprends pas vraiment le système, mais si jamais vous m'entendez, je voudrais bien dire que...
I would love to say that you're absolutely right. Thank you. Indeed, it's something that's extraordinary of Bruno Taut to have to go to that site and to see so many of his works. And it needs to be said that he was not alone, obviously, but in principle, he drew the plans until he was the master of that work with the blue house, and basically nothing further. and it was an incredible adventure. Thank you. Why protected? Well, first of all, because there's the aesthetics goes through time, and there's this wonderful exhibit in Beaubourg about the new objectivity of Berlin in the 20s. There was another question. Bernadette? It's a question that picks up on what was said this morning. We talk a lot about the dimension of the landscape in these projects, in the German projects notably. A landscape that was designed, drawn. It was really a project of creating that landscape, and the whole question is the conditions for preserving that landscape. Normally, there's an echo that is less than that dimension in the project. Now, the situation is different in Germany. I wanted to get back to what was said this morning by Eric Hainaut about Belgium, where he was querying the fact that one could think that the ecological transition and the actual current questions made it possible to have an attention and an increased interest in this whole dimension of landscaping in different garden cities. But what about with respect to these projects and the landscapes that have a heritage as a project that was drawn and not only as a quantity of vegetation? It seemed to me that Eric seemed to be saying that there was a contradiction between the protection of the type Natura 2000 and cultural heritage. And you need to know a little bit better in Germany how these questions are taken into account in Belgium or elsewhere. I think there are some people that I can perhaps respond to your question, because one has to wonder what's going on in France as well, for the examples, the cités-jardins, but for other examples today. Generally, we protect the parcel. The garden is part of that classification. And there are many other examples of this kind, other than cités-jardins. What is protected and what is classified is all of the parcel with the walls, the fences, the letterbox, and the inside of the house. That's the approach that we have, and the work on the garden are also classified the same as the building. So I think, I don't know if this is something that's new. In my, career, this seems to be a bit more recent. I think in the 60s, 70s, you had the first classification of Corbusier's work had to do with the roof. Now we are no longer asking questions about that. We are extending the protection to the facade. They're classified as well, as is the roof, and now the garden. And the gardener's residence in the parcel. I think this is extended to France. This whole protection is much more extensive and takes into account even the plants that were built or that were pre-existing. Another question about Berlin. We'll have another question about that tomorrow. So let's keep passing.
It's okay?
Oui.
D'accord? Parce que il y a un écho maintenant, ça marche?
Can you hear me? There's an echo. For the landscape in Berlin, they're quite big. These are landscapes that are common. That's what they call a common green. It's very important there. It's a mixture of private gardens attributed to the inhabitants, and their vegetable gardens and flowers, but also a lot of green common area, commons, which are for everyone. So the green areas are landscaped, but obviously these are areas that are open. They're given a certain shape which did not exist before. You could almost say it was like Le Nôtre, who did a lot of land works first, earthworks, to have this perfect old 3/4 of a round area. And in that way, the landscape is considered to be a work of art as itself, in and of itself, and not just an accessory. And for Laval, it's something else again. It's even more artistic, because one could say that the trees are no longer there. But we kept them systematically, and obviously we have cut some. And in that way, the forest, which seemed to be a natural, it was a whole, but it was an artificial creation because they had been cut.
Thank you, Gabriel. So it's a creation that is surprising, and one can keep vegetation, and that's very close to ecology. Thank you, Gabriel. Let's see, Jean-Michel, you want to say something? Yes, I wanted to ask a question for Fruges city. Fruges must be something like 50 years old. It was a ruin compared to other cities. It was sold into private owners and did not respond anymore to expectations of people, so it was obsolete, and would have 51 different owners, while in the 1920s it was one whole project. I cannot say if it's obsolete, because there's still people living there. Unfortunately, we have no owners or people living there present here today, but I believe they are very proud of living there. And I don't know about which rehabilitation you are talking, because they are individual homes that are private homes that have been restored, and some people that had the means, they did do the change. And of course, there were limitations on the sanitary level or others. And still today, some homes are not in a very good state. Some of them, they are ruins, of course, but most of this area is alive. All actors who wanted to stay there. The city hall is active, the region is active, and different institutions are going there to do the work that is necessary, so that works and rehabilitation is in a global approach, and we have to support them and help them to protect the environment, and public money and funding is available. I hope I have answered your question. Dear sir, it's 50 different owners, so it's 15 different realities. And what one can observe, in, we go 40, 50 years back, is it's a trend. 1966, the owners wanted to restore already their houses in the best possible way. So it's not 50 co-owners, but it's 50 owners. And today they ask for financial support from DRAC, and it's good to know that the people living there, they're active players. Then we have the city of Pessac, that 1984 bought a house as a witness house and as an example to show. And this example was a project of 1987. And maybe the methods used there are no more up to date today. However, something like 35 years ago. But it was a request and a will of everybody. And it's interesting because you see the approach is different. Maybe I could add something. As of today, we have this approach, this view that we have the understanding of this being an international heritage or a local heritage. But finally, what was the initial project? There was a need of lodging, there was a lessor, and there was no obligation to change the doors, the windows, insulate. And that is important as well. How do you understand restoration? And maybe you can see that in all of the examples as well. It's often a question of the owner. And we have to ask as well about the gardens, because nobody asks the questions about the gardens. Some people ask us to do something about their gardens. Maybe two more questions because of the break coming soon.
In English. I'm going to talk or be at the round table tomorrow because we live, and my wife and I live in the Hufeisensiedlung, the Fer-Chemin. And just to answer Bernadette Blanchon, I could mention that it's 3 different ways that the housing estates in Berlin are or might be listed. It might be listed as a building monument, it might be listed as an ensemble monument, which includes some protection for the gardens, but this mustn't not be sufficient. Our estate, we got it listed as a garden monument in order to secure that the row houses with gardens which have turned into private property are probably maintained. So this might help or answer the question that was posed. And maybe I have got the chance to present you tomorrow a short website about all the 6 estates that have been presented by Gabi Dolf Bohnekemper, which has a lot of more detail if you're interested in.
Est-ce que vous voulez...
On va peut-être ajouter quelque chose.
Maybe I could add something. Gabriel. In Berlin, in all laws, you have the status of recognition of garden monument. So what the gentleman said, it's a different status that you don't have in France. And the garden is the main art piece. And of course, collective space, it's important to have a garden. But for smaller private gardens, it's more complex. And we have the protection of front gardens. And all the front gardens are controlled, and while the gardens behind the houses are not so much. People have more freedom to put the trees and vegetation they would like, but there's no fence.
Merci Gabriel, excusez-moi de vous... On doit bientôt passer au cycle nouveau de l'après-midi. Alors je reprends encore une question.
It's a question for our Polish friend. We're very happy to have you here in France, to have a Polish, because we are part of the same generation. I have been many times in Poland, and the last time I was in Warsaw, I could not see the building of the Central Committee. the city has changed so much that I had to find the building and be sure this building was there. My question is, you have privatized many homes after you came back to the European Union. What is the situation of private patrimony today? Because big investments must be done for energy savings and for updating maintenance of the buildings that have not been maintained since the 70s. So what is the position of the Polish society today, and what are the capacities of investment to improve the thermic insulation of the buildings? And a second short question for my German colleague. We haven't seen garden cities or Siedlung. I don't know the legal definitions of Siedlung being changed after the war. How is it possible that ownership of Eastern Europe that were owned by collectivities have been sold to the lender after the Wende, which is the change? What happened of this Eastern Democratic Republic of Eastern Germany? Thank you. And these will be the last answers. After that, we'll go to the round table.
For your comment and question, let me start with the former Central Committee building. It became the stock exchange and then a set of offices, so it's a dramatic change of function. But the building itself is considered a good piece of architecture before the socialist realism from late 1940s. The building survived the idea, of course not. Regarding the question on the, I got it, the attitude towards patrimony in the changing circumstances of the new political and economical system. I must say that the answer is not simply it's been improved or deteriorated. On one hand, a large spectrum of possibilities opened for the protection, the awareness, the private initiative, while before 1989, practically everything was controlled by the state, which regulated the process of restoration as well as any other part of economy and life. So that helped a lot. That let the people care for their heritage as well, with some share of the state as well. On the other hand, there has been a dramatic pressure, already mentioned with the problem issue of privatization, which actually means that the buildings and sites which are not fully protected and localized in attractive places are under dramatic pressure from the investors. So that is necessary to enlarge the lists of listed buildings, listed sites as well on one hand, on the other hand to work on the improvement in the social identity, because without that feeling like protect the heritage, it's not going to save really much. But to give like more yes or no answer, I would say that the situation is much better, at least in terms of the opportunities that might be used. Thank you.
Gabriel aussi a été à nouveau interpellé. Donc, si vous voulez répondre
oui, tout va bien.
Rapidement, parce qu'on doit faire la pause.
C'est OK?
The legal definition after the fall of the wall of Berlin is complex. because fiction and reality are different. It was ownership of the people, and that does not exist anymore, and the legal basis does not exist that the people are the owners of everything. And that's the reason why Untitled Chapter sold so many properties on private and industry owners. But the worst that happened is that the Berlin Senate was supporting and was owner of big areas called Siedlungen, and they have privatized to private companies called Deutsche Wohnen, and they own already real estate, and they're the more powerful, the most rich company on that sector. Thank you, Gabriel. That's why it's important that for the Buchheisensiedlung, we have succeeded to get a recognition of UNESCO, international heritage, and in that way we could block the sale. We care about heritage, and they protect old collective ownership. That was a good show window action. Thank you. And unfortunately, they were bankrupt and sold all the ownership of the people, and the economy changed from Eastern Europe because it was totally bankrupt. Thank you.
Gabriel, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Gabriel?
Eastern Democratic Republic of Germany had a pleasant way of life.
Tout est sur un niveau tellement haut.
Everything is great, and I will stop because I understand it's time for your break. Thank you very much for these additional elements for the eastern part of Europe. 10 minutes break. 10 minutes break. So we'll have the round table in 10 minutes. So speak with you in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Nous allons reprendre cet après-midi qui n'est pas terminé puisque...
So we still have some exchange to do this afternoon. We have two presentations left.
What time is it?
And it's always preservation. That's part of our thoughts this afternoon.
On va se mettre sur le côté avec Benoît, comme vous voulez.
Ah ben,
oui. Non, c'est pas, c'est pas pour empiéter, mais comme ça on est sur le côté. On est sur le côté. Mais allez-y, c'est vous qui donnez le rythme, alors. Comment? Oui, vous trois. S'asseoir ou...
On va s'installer, oui. Peut-être je vais me mettre là et puis je vous en prie, me mettre sur le côté, je préfère. Ça, j'aurais pas tourné. Bien, bonjour à tous.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to have you in this roundtable for the conservation of city gardens. And I know you talked about preservation. And I am pleased to have three people on this round table. Tiros, who's an architect, and will present us the first listing of all the cities gardens in Île-de-France. Jeremy Verken, who had an experience with a conscience in Romania and how things happen in Romania and what are the measures that they use in their country and how Romania treats this. And then Philippe, who will present us a garden city in London, so that we can see the role of draft as the possibilities for preservation and maneuver for preserving the gardens. So I will let you to make your presentations with your different cities. Thierry Rose, you have the floor. Good morning, everybody. As a matter of fact, I made the first census in the 70s till 78, what has been the first census of heritage of city gardens of the region of Île-de-France. And it was very detailed as it was being conducted from HBM of the Department of La Seine. And we were using many statistical methods, and we went to other offices of departments and HBM organizations. There were very multiple to have participated. It has been done those days in the Institute of Urban Planning of Île-de-France. Now it's Paris Region Institute. And those days we had a double motivation. First of all, it was the first demolitions of garden cities that have been demolished in Anetta, and that is because of the desire for urban development. And then we realized that there was a value, a patrimony that we have to understand better. And the other motivation was a period of criticizing modern urbanism, of new houses, collective urban development, and people wanted to go back to what could be a reference more different, like the buildings of the 1930s that we have seen in the German realizations, where the characteristics resonate and show us that things can be like in Holland or with other references of garden cities. These were the motivations and the goals as well of this study were double as well, to have a position of how we can preserve the garden cities. And preservation, we might talk again, because it means to be able to keep your house, which needs transformation and modernization, and that's one of the difficulties of your exercise, of the task. Provide elements to go through the transformation of the garden cities. And there are more things to be insane. And of course, you have the example of the POUVREAU in the beginning of the 80s, and the Institute of Urban Planning that was part of the preliminary studies made there concerning the rehabilitation of these city gardens, with an option that means that they are able of undergoing transformation and keep their most suitable aspects, keeping the buildings. And another motivation was to provide these elements as a reference. It's not a model of city gardens, but as a reference that could be the approaches of new buildings, new constructions that could have been of average density, and we could mix the individual and collective homes and intermediate homes and buildings, so that the dwelling would provide free space, landscapes, and private areas. I'm not going to talk a lot about the details. Maybe you know the contribution of these city gardens, but we provided as well technical details about the different cities, on the different models that would allow this double character and this comparative approach. Thank you very much. And I found it very outstanding in this first presentation of your census, in order to well known. That's a precondition to have a census. Otherwise, how do you want to protect? And it is a long-term heritage that is a job that has to be done for the heritage. And I hope we'll talk more about these questions of keep the knowledge and save the history. So the next speaker will be Jeremy. And Jeremy, would you like to talk about Romania that you have seen closer? My name is Jeremy. I'm teaching, and I was very interested in Romania area. This is a dwelling for workers built 1933 to 1949. This is an area for Romania that is very unique. because it's part of a neighborhood of modern construction, many different typologies of 16 different typologies of homes and dwellings that has been designed, planned, with lots of public spaces, shops, gardens, schools, theaters, and it was indeed a program that was made as a goal to be able to know all the different areas and know what are the interior values. And the problematic of Bucharest was that the company I was working with them from associations and there was not enough investment to allow to have census that was made usually by associations. So it has been said by Thierry Rose, you need to know first because you have the knowledge as a base to preserve, to keep, to save and protect. You need to know how the buildings are, what is their condition, and it's important to know all these sites that maybe the public could check after the publication made by the experts online. Thank you very much. I hope we'll have the opportunity to talk about this awareness about the patrimony that is needed so that everybody will like to invest himself and know more about the census. Next speaker is Philip. What is James Philip, this way of special administration? I'll try to speak in French, and please excuse me. Amstead Gardens Statute is next to London with about 13,000 people, with about 3.5 square kilometers, with more than 5,000 ownerships, that being small apartments, and of course some of the biggest houses in London. And it's one of the examples of the most beautiful gardens, and it has been made as an example of a garden city. She made the company Henrietta Barrett, and I work for this trust. Raymond Darwin was an architect and urbanist, and the history was made in 1907. The works began and they were supervised by the time of the First World War. The war has stopped the development. From the beginning, it was managed as a united village, and Amsterdam Sabelhaars had the main role of the trust, being an owner until the 60s. They took many unsymmetric alterations, and there were changes of the legislative reform in 1967, and that was a new scheme of management. And this had this evolution that they were obliged to be owners, but also accept the trust. So the appearances are strictly regulated by the trust. You have to respect the appearance, and there's a visual cohesion, and the landscape is well protected and predefined. This would be my small introduction. Thank you very much. Maybe we could see and talk about the census again, Jeremy, and who was the president of this investment, and how did the people come and take the history in their hands, and why did they get activated?
Bucharest is a complicated city with incredibly rich, though. I invite you to go there, that have a wonderful Art Deco heritage, neoclassic buildings, neo-Roman style with the influence of the Ottomans. Incredibly rich. But there have been, in the 40s, the communist regime arrived up into the 80s. There was a lack of patrimonial services, which led to not disinterest, but it led to this heritage situation where many buildings today have fallen into ruin or into danger. So it's becoming really a healthy crisis. Citizens, it's almost the biggest problem, the major problem, is the situation of building health. And so there's a significant number of associations who are developed based on this to make up for this, to attempt to get things to change, to try to start talking about disseminating the information and talking about charters to try to get that operationally moving and renovating and restoring. So there's a very strong interest in this right now. You're pointing out the lack of services, the dedicated services. Is this a seat where public authorities have envisaged the development or the experts available, making experts available to continue this work? It's quite complex. It's true that the associations have raised the alert, and also thanks to many foreign networks, UNESCO and so forth, to wake up the public authorities. But it's quite complicated in terms of heritage and to get things to change on a big scale. So I wanted to ask you, when you gave the presentation, I was wondering what way you have of looking at this inventory you've made. This was published, obviously, but did you know what followed on? Was this picked up on? What happened afterwards? And how do you see, 40 years later now almost, what's the way of looking at what you did? 45, yeah. How do you see things now? I think the work was broadly disseminated. There were publications, the institutional publications, and the whole, the cities are quite big, so it has to be kind of unfolded. And we talked about it earlier with some colleagues. It was also something that was broadly used by students, and you mean the inventory? Yes. Good. So I think it was a work that was broadly useful. Now, what you need to know is that between the date of publication and today, many things have happened. And indeed, even the way you look at architecture these days compared to that period has changed. We talked a lot about all of the classification inscriptions and labels and so forth. It's something it didn't exist at the time in architecture of the 20th century, basically. I don't know if there was already one or two buildings that in that century that were registered, but I think that would have been a maximum. Obviously, it was an important thing, but a lot of other things have intervened for preservation and adaptation, because I think that's also always an important factor, how to preserve things without denaturing it, and how to adapt to current needs and their usages. And so I find it very interesting what we heard about the various management methods and the trust systems, the role of associations, and local communities. There's a whole lot of factors that can enter into play. And obviously, there's the actual scientific knowledge which has advanced, and teaching and learning, education. I think that in the 70s, you talk about rehabilitation and urban renewal or almost seemed old-fashioned. When you wanted to be an architect, that's not what you wanted to do right off the bat, is restore old buildings. I always worked a bit in that area. It didn't bother me. But I think there have been some upsets in this respect on this question. And the points of view have significantly altered. And I think they've gone in the right direction. You were talking about how difficult it is, this kind of discrete line where you're attempting to preserve something while not getting in the way of the interests of the inhabitants, which becomes complicated when sometimes they're owners. When they're owners, how do you manage, in any case, it's difficult to find a delicate balance that works. Jean-Félix, can you give us examples of the way in which the trust is able to reconcile various interests that can sometimes be opposed? For example, we have a lot of political documents that policy documents that we've published, and major consultations with residents in Savap. And the trust has tried to engage with residents to create these documents and to get an agreement on principles underlying the document. For example, I have a copy here of design guidance, which explains the idea of designing Sabap and urbanism and why something's important and why, for example, it's important for the urban landscape. And it's difficult to accept paving stones in gardens, for example. So when all of this is explained in the guidance, it's easier to say to residents, well, here we are. You have some rules here, and you need to adapt your expectations to that subsequently. And that really work? Or is it sometimes difficult? Oh, it's sometimes difficult. I think that perhaps half of the residents are generally happy. Perhaps a quarter of them might be a bit difficult, but they ultimately wind up accepting the decision of the trust. And perhaps there's one quarter, another quarter, that's more difficult and don't accept, and they're going to do what they feel like doing. And so sometimes one has to continue the application of the requirements of the trust. And due to this fact, I had another question about what you just said, is that sometimes the fact that you're rehabilitating in a compliant way, the legacy building, is some can assume that or not, accept that or not. Are there aids to make available to owners who wish to restore their property in the right way? You mean, I have a French spirit, I'm wondering about financing, obviously. Do you have budget lines for labels or whatever? For this type of protections, you can have financial aid from public authorities. Do you have a type of help of this kind that would be public or private? Not really. That doesn't exist because the trust is an organization that is a charity organization. There's not much money in the trust. I believe that in general, this is a neighborhood that's quite rich. And the reason for that is that it's a protected area, which provides a guarantee that the real estate prices will remain high. So it's a good investment. And it's important to have a good investment so that the residents can spend their money on their homes with confidence. Getting back to something a bit ironic, where ultimately there's a gentrification and a real estate speculation that actually is going on these cities. Yes. This means that architectural preservation is a success, but perhaps our social ideals have been controverted. So you don't want to live in too beautiful a garden city garden. We're exchanging with a lady. I hope will take the floor. She had a point of view that was quite striking. There's a kind of the counterpoint of yours from the point of view of an inhabitant. She doesn't have the view of a historian. She has the view of somebody that lives there. Jeremy, what about the Caroma experience? Do you have ideas, perhaps, about patrimonial tools or frameworks that are visible that would not be too complex to implement or too constraining? Well, first of all, quickly, the Roman model is inspired from the French model. So the garden city is a protected space, so it's remarkable. So there are a certain number of rules that are listed in conservation of trees and plantations and buildings. So theoretically, we already have all of everything we need for this type of project. Now, the disadvantage is that we don't have any financial tools. There's no tax breaks, as is the case here. We're in an area that's quite gentrified, quite wealthy, so they could have the means to be able to maintain their property, but more simply, to have a financial tool that would be easily accessible to make it possible to maintain and rehabilitate one's legacy. Can we have one last exchange? Okay. We've spoken a great deal about preserving habitation and housing, but there are two other factors. Equipment. We didn't talk about preserving equipment when there is equipment. I don't know if there is in your cases. You said that, Jeremy. And the other question, which goes along with that, is that we're talking about material or equipment, but a garden is many things. It makes you want to stay there. It's a way of being as well. It's a way of living in space. And what about more immaterial heritage? What you were speaking about this morning, there's the idea of envisaging memorials or older habitations so that we can pass along that inheritance to young people and to keep that awareness alive over time. For the Roman example, that's what we did with the associations present on the site. A great part of the inhabitants that we met and exchanged with, we gathered their testimony, and there was a book written about that. And when I was fortunate enough to publish this book, we had a real desire to tell the story to the inhabitants that, they moved in the 30s or the 40s, and they had written testimony and visual testimony. And it was really the purpose of that project as well. Thank you. Do we have time to do some Q&A? Are there any questions? I would like to have some more indications about the health diagnosis that's shared between the cités-jardins in Romania. How does that work, and who participates, and who manages it? Is it make it possible to get the cités-jardins better known by the inhabitants to raise their awareness about this? This is a project that was at the initiative of an association called Action, ARCN, which participated, or that works in tandem with the and the city of Bucharest. They put together a platform, a participative platform on all of the protected areas in the capital. And they started in a few neighborhoods to do an inventory, as it were. At the beginning, it started with the facades. Then they moved inside of the building in some cases. And this association would go to the site. In the team, there are historians and architects and conservators. So in their team, they have the necessary people, and they go there and they participate in that platform. So the opening to the public is their objective, really. It's not yet operational, but the idea is to let the public participate under control of the heritage situation. It's a typical model of a health assessment, and they ask them to fill out a sheet, and it's verified by experts, which also gives a kind of a striking force, because the association is between 100 and 200 people, plus all of those who can be called upon to help. So this cannot be a government service in Bucharest. Hi, everyone. I'm Françoise Souris. I live in Suresnes in the Garden City, and I've lived there for 40 years, and I'm administration in the department. I represent the tenants for many years. I'm very happy to be here, because it's the first time I've attended this type of meeting, which I've learned a great deal about what's going on elsewhere. But I have the impression in everything that I hear that we're forgetting the tenants, because as you were saying earlier, we have the impression that these garden cities, there are no tenants, there's only co-owners, and that's not true. There are still many tenants in where I live here. There are many, many tenants that are paying rent every month, and it's a real problem now because we're managed by the departmental office of the Hauts-de-Seine region, and there's an opening to sale. So we are, and some of us in the city, we are co-owners. So it's a bit more complex than what I've heard, because obviously the office is a stakeholder in the work, except that when they sold off half, they broke it up into lots and sold it off and to create more housing. More than half they sold. So they're no longer decision makers on what's going on. Let me give you a very precise example. The cités-jardins was all well and good. I'm very happy there. There's a green environment. We are lucky enough to have a garden and a workers' garden and things like that. Except that it doesn't do everything. That's why I just wanted to speak. Maybe you're going to find that it's maybe off the mark, but I just want to see what's going on. We were rehabilitated some 40 years ago, so it's about time to do it again, because there are many things that are no longer up to standard. When you were rehabilitated, was it compliant with the standards at the time? Were there changes at that time? No, they couldn't touch the building because those are the regulations. Work was done inside the apartments, but it was poorly executed. There was no air and no ventilation. And we fought about that at the time. And we also fought because at the time you had central heating. All of us were heated by the same heat. And how can I put this? I don't know what came over them to do it this way, because we battled about this. They get rid of heating, central heating. And now we have individual heating, except that it creates a lot of dysfunction in the heating and in the apartments. And it has brought in a lot of humidity in these buildings, including the flooring that was poorly, the outside bricks had a bad surfacing, and humidity it goes out through the outside, and we get stuck inside the apartment. The humidity gets stuck inside the apartment. But now the office has understood they want to put the central heating back.
And personally, I would be quite satisfied, but to have something that in co-ownership, we are on a popular side, so people that bought the apartments in the beginning, they are not people that are managers or that are people that maybe have imagined that the apartments will be cheaper and maybe the square meter price outside this area is more expensive. But obviously rehabilitation has been reduced and so on, but now I don't see and cannot understand how they could do that. The co-owners would accept to get a central heating system in the apartments. It costs a fortune. What is interesting, and we saw an apartment like that, it's about the subject of our round table. That's choices that have been made for the economic problems that office would like to make savings, and that brings degradations of what happened, and that comes to the diagnostic of the lady that we would like to have, the understanding of the owners, their understanding of what happens, because you mentioned as well degradation of the walls, and that's obviously not a small problem. It's a major problem, and I think that's also a reason why we mention protection again. It is most possible or probable there will be a problem of labelization, because when you protect and you realize that there's an additional cost, it's not always obvious to get allocated of the subventions. So it's truth that when I hear you, the inventory that you mentioned is essential, and if we could understand what are the ways of doing, all this would be part, and we would like to know what could be the modifications that have been done. So I don't know if you can give us further information. For Boîte Rouge, we've seen in this preliminary questions of insulation and so on, it has been taken into consideration, and on those days it was 80, and we imagined to have a central heating as well, with a system that was a very modern system, with a central system, and work using geothermy and the site. So all these questions mention restoration, and they're taken into consideration. What I'm trying to say is I do understand the problems. One thing that I do not understand in the area of Ile-de-France is to see the level of quality of the construction. And this means 80 or 100 years later, we couldn't do as good as they'd done already in the 50s and in the 60s. And it's interesting to see that there were texts of Richelieu that they tried after the First World War to be more efficient with industrial-made parts, prefabricated, and finally we use again much more traditional parts, like bricks, and I think that was a very good choice, like Parpain, and we do understand that the quality of this equipment and materials were. Flosha is an architect, and knowing the questions of the garden cities and the constructions quite well. That's my daily life, and I'm asking myself of the definitions of what is the approach of city garden. Initially, it was social, very social houses, like public houses, of following the follow-up commerce, and these are parts that we will find what happened, different examples that have been concentrated in very progressive modern approaches that I know very well. They were existing in Germany, and I know there have been several elements of the cities, and these are areas where people go only for sleeping. That means that is not only usage of doing anything else than sleeping. So I'm asking myself, it's a great area, but maybe this requests as well a social dimension so that people can be living over there. What is the reality, and why do we find more and more a global approach between public equipment available for people that live in these garden cities? Actually, I do believe that on the one side, there's a question that is important on the definition of what is a garden city. And we heard this question many times this morning, so of the cities of the workers has a semantic dimension that is quite important. And we do need, what else is needed? The story of architecture and urban forms for this period, starting from the reference of the English Hampstead Church and other approaches, and on a parallel level we can see in Transylvania and Plessis-Levançon, and as well and we need to see Hans Meyer in Frankfurt, and we need to know, is it a real social homes? What is the equipment? And we often talk about suburbs garden, because sometimes it's a whole city, and the idea forward was to make whole cities. Anything else you want to add? If Foucault is not only French, it's not a social city. What happened in France is quite unique with the cities of people renting a home and living together, but we have a link with the criteria of the inventory in the census that has been done from the organizing group that was part of this seminar. And this request needed a new definition. We do need cities, and everybody can adhere and recognize himself in the system and in this idea of the city. So there's a declarative dimension of all this approach, because it's a question of urban planning, and it's more something that we ask ourselves: is it a big garden city with a botanical garden and other dimensions in it, or is it only a vision of a declarative garden city that is actually just declared to be one? It's an intellectual exercise that we have to do during our cinema to realize what is a garden city, what do we believe we can call a garden city, and what was the very professional approach of all these subjects. Thank you very much. Thank you for your precisions. Any other reactions? Any other? I have an old question, Mr. Phillips, and I have a request that goes to what is a trust, and outside Amsterdam, do you have it also in other cities, in other garden cities? Do they all have a similar organization, or is it a unique case? No. There are other status as well, and other areas that are managed in the same way as a trust. But usually it's based on an idea of a domain where the landlord has founded these garden cities, and it protects the cities in a very well way. It's an English approach, and it's the ownership right, how to manage your own domain. Other questions? Hello, radiatrice, Maison des Cités. I would like to mention city gardens that are often made as a model of a market. And in Saint-Denis, very often, we had a classification that was with a very social link, workers' homes, unions, and this was very important. Initially, they were public owned or by institutions, and they were privatized, and they had their own story through the decades. And sometimes they have been integrated in the social network. Do we have a classification within the city gardens, or is it always managed by garden cities, or do you have different labels as well? To my knowledge, in the cities that I have studied, it was mainly social lodging. That means the question is always to ask oneself to classify and organize and know in the nomenclature how would you define, is it a garden city or a garden residence that we had before the Second World War. It has been always a whole panel of definitions that were quite complicated. Later on, in the Paris regions, we are different than in the north or east, in the area of Moselle. These cities that were made by employers, and there you will have a frame of structures, and the cities made by employers is an example, like Clermont-Ferrand and other cities. This is an example. Please, next question.
Oui, bonjour, Corinne Jacquan de l'école d'architecture de Belleville.
Corinne Jacquan from Belleville Architecture School. It's a pleasure that I hear that you ask again about the semantics. What does it mean? Because not only the label that allows today to keep and promote the brand of the area and the neighborhood, but initially when you see and you read Richelieu and the projects that we had in a new cities project, Ville Nouvelle, cités-jardins Grand Paris, that was as a result of a competition, Serangis, Courneuve, and mixed cities having always a similar proportion of 20% of social lodging. City gardens, maybe not all of them around Paris, but many of them were based on a social definition by default entry. So I would ask myself, was it a way of promoting a system of neighborhood in the suburbs and living in what we would call the bigger islands that could be useful to have a very different configurations from one country to another, creating questions and problems about how could these areas have their own status, configuration, management, and co-ownership. I just want to be clear. Let's say on these semantic questions, the realizations of HBM of La Seine would distinguish very well cités-jardins and group HBM. It would be two different definitions of 1937, and I think there were something like 40 different categories. And you have in the HVM, Charenton, Maison-Fort, and other districts that have a different morphology and topography that is quite different from one case to another. Are there any other questions in the assembly? A short one. I walked a lot for the rehabilitation of Stein, where there was an individual pavilion, not one, but many from the same dimension, and there were also HBM and HBMA apartments with the staircases made of different materials. The floor would be wooden, and the staircases would be made of concrete, and much more luxury areas that you would have in the garden. So some people had social lodging in bad conditions, and some had luxury conditions. It was all linked to social lodging. What is international level? Is there questions for our international partners? Because we're talking a lot about Parisian and French questions. Someone in the floor has a question. Ask myself, a trust is managing the questions of the preservation of the patrimonial status, but what happens about the vegetal area? Do you have precise instructions for the public or the semi-public areas? What plants are grown there? A trust controls the trees and as well the alleys, and they also in charge about paving of gardens in green areas, gardens, small gardens, green areas that are around the different buildings or the gardens. The speaker doesn't use the microphone. Somebody is asking about the trust of replacing the vegetables that have to be replaced in the public area. Do they have a management plan that is predefined? Yes. Because of the Parmat, there were buildings that have disappeared.
Essential buildings like the clothes with for single women, and they were, catering to older people, and those have been demolished.
No, not demolished, no. So, Waterloo Court,
yeah.
I think is what you're talking about. So that was originally for single women
yeah.
In a time when it wasn't easy to find accommodation if you're a single woman in 1910. That's now in private ownership, and men can live there as well. But there are still quite a few housing associations and sort of charitable organisations which own buildings in the suburb. So there is still a social element to the housing stock, and it's perhaps not quite what Henrietta Barnett was envisaging originally, but it is still there. Yeah.
Are you thinking of adding to this type of, sponsoring, social sponsoring?
Well, I mean, adding in terms of new building, not really, because there's no space anymore, really, to build. There are some. For example, there's a home for sort of older people, kind of sheltered accommodation. It's possible at some point in the future that the trust may get involved with trying to run that, but really the trust's quite limited in what it can do. Its remit really is just to protect the character and amenity of the suburb. That's what it says in the sort of in its articles. So really, we have to focus on architecture rather than on the social aspect of things by law, to a certain extent.
J'avais une question qui émergeait par rapport à ce...
Another question. Could you explain again? Do you have a consultation instance of people living there? Do you have something like an assembly or meeting of people that not only manage, but also they give their opinion? It's an organization based on democratic values, because if you are a resident, you have the right to vote. Therefore, people elected, and they're part of the board of trustees, and we also have the trustees, and therefore trustees are appointed. So there's a mixture between the democratic representation, because it's the advisor that take the decisions, and it's a mixture between these two experts and the units. Thank you very much. Anything else? We have still a slide, and I would like to ask about Bucharest. Can we say there's a big gentrification in this way, in this area has been integrated in the real estate of Bucharest after communism? And that means that we want to recognize the ownership and the evolution of these garden cities, because we had these examples through the expositions that you organized in the Cultural Institute of Romania in Paris. And this city on the workers' lodging those days was more equality. And when there was no more communism, people could buy their apartments in this area where they were living before paying a rent. And the gentrification is a factor that could help a certain improvement of patrimony, but that was not the case in this area here. We realized that there have been many modifications and changes that you wouldn't have if the zone would be protected. And we had advice of how to modify these buildings, but finally the agency could not help to respect the patrimony of the landscape. So, next one. I would like to know if we can say gentrification is the same thing that getting richer, because after the fall of communism, there could be very well a stress of the people that would worry to buy the place where they were living, but they were not able to manage as a bourgeois, as we would say in France, the area where they are living. There are many different hypotheses. I'm sorry, but gentrification is hiding many different reasons. It's just my idea. Thank you, Jeanette, to remind us that maybe it wasn't easy to use gentrification. And myself, I cannot use this terminology either in an easy way. I think we are done of this part of this roundtable. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A big applause.
On a encore deux communications pour.
We have two more communications to finish this day's proceeding. I'm calling up the team from Seville for the cités-jardins in the province of Huelva, in the Workers Quarter in Huelva. Eduardo Mosquera, Maria Teresa Perescano, and I believe Clara Mosquera is there as well, and she can certainly come and join us on the stage as well. Thanks to all three of you from the Seville team and the School of Architecture. Barbara Gutlas will not be able to be here this afternoon. And there's Elizabeth Gouve that I'm calling as well to the stage because we are going to deal with this very complex case, which should not be complex, but it is, with the Butte Rouge in Châtenay-Malabry in France. Thanks for joining us as well, Elizabeth. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the presentations and for the organization of this colloquium. My colleague Eduardo will take the floor. Hi, everyone. We'd like to thank you for inviting us to participate in this colloquium, and I'm going to try to speak with my very bad French and to make the contribution that we prepared with my colleague Maria Teresa Perescano and myself, with the help of Cara Mosquera from Nararo, our young researchers. This is a contribution about a specific case and the social conditions, historical conditions, which are quite different from one generation to the next in this heritage. And the conditions have greatly changed with the patrimonialization. It's a reality. It's a reality that dates way back. These are mines that were mined many years ago. They were Cyprus mines, they're almost the oldest mines, copper mines in the world, that belong to the Saint-Dieu, it's a Puritic soil in the west of Europe. It's just one corner of Europe, where we have Rio Tinto. Rio Tinto is the heart of that copper exploitation of minerals, such as sulfur, and metals such as silver, gold, manganese, and copper, but mainly copper. So it is not green, as is the case in city gardens. It's another reality. This is the water from the Rio Tinto. These are mineralized waters. These are geological tints. They behave differently, which means that people behave differently as well. This is the result of significant transformation of a region, an artificial change in the landscape based on mining exploitation. Normally, we talk about open sky mining, but the proximity of the urban fabric to the mining operation, and we can see in this picture the current city of Rio Tinto with 3 urban organizations. There's Bellavista on the left and at the top, and the nucleus of urban fabric down below, and on the right, that belongs to various urban models that have been implemented by the mining company, the Rio Tinto company, Rio Tinto Limited. So Rio Tinto Limited was authorized by the First Spanish Republic in 1873. It was a political situation that was exceptional to operate the mine for 100 years, up until 1973. But they remained only 91 in Spain. So this is the year after they started work. Hugh Matheson, who was the chairman of the company. So it was the city of Rio Tinto, the former Rio Tinto city, and the Rio Tinto city disappeared completely because the work on the mine ceased. Everything was demolished, and we made an alternative urban transformation. So what model did we use? The model of a British company that wanted to become, at the end of the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century, they wanted to be the #1 mining coal company in the world, basically. This was the result of the transformation in the 1956 American agreement. You can see the 3 urban constructions that we're going to be talking about here. Now, we can see here one detail, the Bellavista, which is the staff area for engineers and company administrators. And for workers, there is Il Valle. You can see the Mesa de Pinos. These are for workers in the mine. These are very different concepts of very different urban approach. These are all equipped with various buildings that went along with these lodgings. You can still see them today. That's the current situation. Now here, you can see the oldest, I think it dates back to 1878, and this was designed by Morgan. Morgan was the head of the building part of the mining company. They are the builders, the British builders. There was an architect, but they drew blueprints and so forth for the company. And here we can see the organization of the housing, and each house had small patios and courtyards and gardens, and the equipment with an inn as well, with a market, a school, a Catholic church, the civil guardia, hospital. All of these were prepared for the workers in the mine, for the mining company. Savien comes from a very strong difference between the social interest, which need to be controlled because the modern unions in Spain, because of the conditions, the working conditions, with the idea of pollution. This is Morgan's plans for our workers' housing. These are one-story buildings. Now, here you can see a few types of buildings that are destined for staff use, where the British worked there. Some 300 people, I think, that are going to be having a private location with a division. There are guardians as a kind of a ghetto for the more wealthy people. So this is the origin of the cités-jardins. There are trees. In the book, you can see a picture with the first trees. But why were there no trees? It looks like a desert because the information system became the combustion in open air. It burned all of the vegetation, which means there's a period of struggle. It means the company was experimenting with changes in industrial techniques based on 1907. We're going to be starting a reforestation of the land and the urban areas. And starting at that point, it's going to become a city garden, and it's going to be transformed. But originally, they were built for staff. They prepared the terrain to play golf. And then they put up tennis courts. You have a Presbyterian chapel. There's a Protestant cemetery. There's a hotel. You have a special home for general managers, the main manager of the mine. And so this belongs, there are 3 stories there. That's one of the types of houses that you find there at the end of the 19th century, and which is starting to look like a garden city at the beginning of the 20th century, with all of these commodities, and especially the practice of sport was very important for the British. They prepared all of these golf courses and tennis courts, and they had a club as well, naturally, which is only for men. Those were the British rules at the time. But girls had engaged in sports as well. On the left, you have the Presbyterian chapel, and you have a change in typology of housing, of staff. And population was very interesting. They're very interested in looking at the girls, as you can see. So we can see here a reasonable conservation, because these are old buildings. These date back to 1883. That house has been there since then, and they're well kept. And in 1921, it was the Rio Tinto Foundation. You can talk about the foundation. These are still inhabited, used lodgings that are used. They've been renovated, and you could find Queen Victoria and the Union Jack. It was a very British settlement. It's this type of buildings, two-story buildings with the landscape which is now been kept in these city gardens, which are part of an evolution in this framework of city gardens in Spain. A few more pictures. And these are three-level homes. The areas were built after the first construction. And this is the tennis courts. And the first golf course was on this location previously. There are other things. There are monuments for the British soldiers who died in the First World War. There are a few testimony. There's a material legacies as well. This is a Presbyterian, almost a neo-Gothic architecture. In 2005, we declared, we applied for historical site. In other words, having it recognized with one particularity, with patrimonial value specifically defined, without any urbanistic or landscape or territorial mention, but for a historical reason, on a cultural basis. And we specifically protected all of these elements: the club, the chapel, general manager's home, the cemetery, the whole location that we saw, and the urban fabric in the workers' area was also protected. So all three quarters that comprise the city were protected, but we got a change by the administration in Andalusia after that first declaration, which means that in 2012, with the change in the laws governing heritage, we had a new legal type, which is a heritage to protect cultural deserts. Different chronologies and different types, and immaterial legacies, but a more complex exposure of these types of buildings with the necessity to have a recognition, a collective recognition that would be more extensive. And the question of the landscape, which was very important as well, the transformed landscaping and the buildings. So these are the limitations of that Bellavista area. So this is a city garden for staff, the British staff, and that's where it was. But other things happened with 2012. We had a more direct relationship between industrial and other types of heritage. So it was a stricter approach was adopted in these respects. So the first protection had to be developed. That was the question. But something still remained, because the presence of the British at Huelva meant that the metals market worked in Britain, and where the ore was being sold in Britain, and so that meant it was export, which means that we needed to build a train, a railway, and loading stations for ore for the British home country. And so these buildings today are a historical monument in Huelva. That's in the port area. So this is considered to be a historical building. And you do also have, now other questions. The life of the British in the capital in Huelva. So these are the British. This dangerous group of Englishmen that you can see here. Both men and women in the hotel that they occupied. But the development of the company took care to work in Huelva, but they had to build housing for the workers in Huelva, the Spanish workers, and which is going to be the next experience. On the right, you have the city of Huelva, and on the extreme left, you can see a geometrical shape, Huelva. On the right and down below, you can see the small garden city, which represents almost 250 housing units with an autonomous shape, which completes the industrial area of hospitals. There are 2 hospitals in the capital, and naturally, at the lower area, this is the current view. And this is the original plan for the urban area. Now, there's a Morgan project dated back to 1916 that will continue with 3 later phases to build around the area other types of housing units with either 2 or 4 houses, but the first project was for houses formed by 3 housing units. You can see that they've changed that in the center here. But here, it will be transformed just 5 minutes. You can see the difference with Rio Tinto is that, as was the case in Huelva, is a big city, but the municipality, we didn't do the equipment. The equipment stays belonging to the city. And the organization of the workers' area is under Queen Victoria, and the chapel and the school down below were built by the local town and so forth in Huelva. But they're going to be building housing for the workers. That's the difference with Rio Tinto, where in reality, it was a global reality. We transform and we develop by the British company. So these are pictures of the actual project by Morgan that would be developed by 2 architects, Spanish architects. We can see that. There we are. These are low-lying houses, and they're built in groups of 3 housing units. It's very rare, actually. It's not very common in our experience. So these are housing on the outlying areas from a later phase. There's a guardian's home, and you have a hill. We're building an urban constructions that are quite different from the others in the Huelva area. There's another view. These are details of the outlying buildings. You have the main stairs to the Queen Victoria city. There are a few neighbors here on the left. and a kind of a more standard appearance. The neighbors are now the owners because the company handed over to the Spanish company, and then we sold off the buildings. And so the current condition is quite variable. You can see there are some cars. So, in 2002, we enrolled this as a cultural interest and of historical interest. So it's a different category from the two others that we worked on with Rio Tinto. So this is an interesting experience for us because we were playing with the law. We used this to protect the specificity, which is different under the same regime, a British company and a mining company. But the patrimonial value and the location in the urban area and the reality of the population and the possibility to use this as a heritage is quite different from the legal type used. They're not the same in Huelva and Rio Tinto. That's the actual limit of everything that is now controlled by the administration. A few views. Here's someone who doesn't want to be recognized. He's hiding behind his big green wall. So you have homes around the same area, and I think that's about it. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup pour le.
Thank you very much for your effort that you told us this complex presentation and how these workers districts and the construction. Thank you very much. So I'm handing the microphone for Châtelet Malabry. It's an opportunity to tell you that we have to leave with a bus in 1745. So we will be able to hear Elisabeth Couvet and have some exchange with the floor. Because you have an appointment at the museum in Suren. That you know. That it's something that we are expecting.
Bonjour.
Hello everybody, my name is Elisabeth Couvet from the organization Château Patrimonial. Barbara Butclass and myself, we thank the association of cités-jardins, and we are prepared, and it's an honor for us to be with you because But Rouge is having its place here. I will first make an introduction of cités-jardins, that is an exceptional association, different aspects of social, urban landscape and other areas that have been already mentioned here today. And I will also mention years of resistance and vigilance, even while we live in these remarkable areas. This garden city is in danger. So maybe we can have the slides. And you have here But Rouge in Châtenay-Malabry, that was designed with trees. You can see it here with its two main axes, horizontal and vertical. And you will see around it that you have Verrières forest and the house of Chateaubriand in the east, and the Parc du Sceau that came later on, and it's a whole unit, the region of Hauts-de-Seine. Its composition is based on these two axes, and it's based on natural architectural and landscape details. Bit Rouge has a plateau on the left, and then leveling, and it's quite flat. The composition is based on natural sites that have been evolved. I think it's the biggest garden site with more than 4,200 dwellings. It was built between 1931 and 1965, and the surface is about 73 hectares, and it's a very big but not very dense area. The biggest composition are social building of LILLE type, and there are only 50 pavilions or private bungalows. The different buildings having a simple presentation with the garden plots and trees and architectural landscape details based on a large perpendicular axis complemented by the picturesque layout of certain roads. Since it has been constructed, it hasn't changed much. Energy, kitchen and showers were modernized in the 80s, and it respected very much the existing infrastructures. And the building have simple volumes, flat roofs, smooth underdome and facades, and subtle symmetry. So they kept their social apartments, and they respected the spirit of Bauhaus Cubism. The mayor of Malabry, that was for 20 years mayor, and his implication was very important in order to create gardens and public infrastructure. A stadium was made, a dispensaire and pediatric was something very new those days and very modern advocate of the policy of the 20th century, and they had members of the Social Democrat Party before and during the Second World War, and we have events for humanism and memorials for what has happened, and they also provided housing for the American army after the Second World War. Today, modern and modest families can live there easily. I know that the rent is between 250 and 450 euros per month, and these are cheaper rents. There were families living here having a nice environment with trees, with sun, open to squares and landscapes. The satisfaction of Ville Malabry surveys that 80% of the people, on a sample of 300 people asked, that represented the 4,500, 9,000 people totally living there, enjoyed living there. I would like to underline that we have 30% of people living in Châtenay-Malabry. I have several slides, but I will say a few words about the trees and the history and social heritage. It was created and designed as a city mixed with landscape. And I would say there are several studies like Remedy Mouchon, but I have to cite as well the work of André Hughes, that was a landscape artist that was inspired by this use of the topography and the forest that pre-existed over there, and the different levels and the water flows of Châtenay. Here are some examples of the trees that existed over there before. The park is an exceptional park, and there are more than 16 of these trees are part of Haute-Seine. Some of these trees were selected as the most beautiful trees that are unique trees of France. So the association have recognized that the label of these trees, and they also have water taps next to the church that is over than 100 years. Rubble is another tree that is a maple tree and also has been labelized. That's a unique tree. We'll talk about social life in this area and family gardens. But Rouge designers have designed large squares, small squares, as well as interiors and areas where you can sit. You have sport fields, and there are no fences. This is something that inhabitants appreciate a lot, and not many private areas. There are also areas that use the English approach that facilitate conviviality and social exchange with a U shape, allowing a central space where children can play and meet. I think is encourages. We have family gardens, a very big variety of footpaths in the garden city. Further, since 2016, there's an association of people cultivating Chardonnay, and these volunteers have 100 land parts in Bit Rouge, and here's an example what is used as a plot for science and school children with the teachers. So what is the future of Bit Rouge? Since 2012, the intentions of the city mayor of the city is not so unique for the architectural schools. Architecture schools do not teach architecture of the Bateau Rouge building, but it's an urban plan. It defends a project of social mixity, and we can talk about the urban composition plan that gives this garden city a unique character. 2015, they asked for the urban plan who was the owner, and there was a dialogue with the renewal project of Bit Rouge, and they had a project of balancing public spaces, but they disagreed with the city Malabry, and the project never went on. And in 2017, we find out that the city of Montrouge has an exposition, and we see that existing owners have disappeared from the exposition. There was a new exposition, and no mention was mentioning the state. Then in 2018, there's another step when Bitrouge changes its housing property. It becomes Eau de Bièvre Habitat as a landlord, bringing together the property of Anthony and Chateau Malabry. Another important minute for us, for associations, wants to get the modern architecture label of Bitrouge allows to get the project of the city that can be part of what has been presented 3 times, and every time they were not elected and chosen as a unique architectural example. But even if we presented our project 3 times, a project has been done, and we are having a public study for the changing of the urban planning of 2020-2021 concerning this neighborhood. And this public study shows us the project of the City Hall. You will recognize the form of Bitrouge. You can see the colors and the buildings in red. About 15 of the buildings are protected. But please notice on the gray, it's a heritage that is strongly protected, but they can get higher or bigger. In black, you have clear demolitions, and in green as well, you have demolitions allowed. For us, it means that it will allow to have speculative funds, investment funds coming in. The 2 designs that we have seen show the volume of construction allowed and the demolitions, but how do you want to create a higher building or make it bigger if you do not demolish it? It's not easy to increase the volume of an existing building. And this is the public study that has been published, and you have the confirmation of a public that has participated. 1,600 people have written mentions. More than 1,367 people are against the project. That means 85% of the people that gave a written input supporting, and the commissioner is, of course, in favor of the project. Of course, there have been many reactions because we are there since so many years, and there was a lot of resistance to this project. I will summarize of the different steps, what were the actors and the supports that we had for this resistance. First of all, the local associations. Our association, Châtenay Patrimoine Environnement, were among the first motors that were locally since 2004, and we tried to influence the urban planning before it has been created. We have been informed by 2 people living there that created an organization called Collective Bitrouge, and they worked a lot in 2017 that obtained 5,000 signatures online. Another association was created carrying the word of the inhabitants. Among other actors of this resistance, we had an organization called you have the names actually here on the slide. I won't cite them all because it's all written and we don't have enough time to read all the names, but they helped us a lot by signing or co-signing our letters or our requests, and since 2020, Collectif Citoyen joined our walks, and since 2021, we have Europa Nostra as well that classified Butte Rouge as one of the beautiful parts of Europe that have to be protected. We wrote a lot of things. We made a lot of letters. We believe our area is wonderful. Minister of Culture, President of the Republic, all these organizations have been contacted, conferences have been done. The first conference was made with Cohen and had more than 200 people and was very present in the public. We had the visits of the Garden City and Butte Rouge. So Barbara Whitclass brought journalists, associations and students to visit our area. And Butte Rouge has been visited by students and pupils. We had the Order of Architects bringing architects to visit, with hundreds of architects visiting the Butte Rouge with subventions of other institutions. And the next visit is organized for this Saturday, or next Saturday actually, with Barbara. Mediation happened for 2 years, and it was written in many newspapers, and we received subsidies for all these activities. Canard Enchaîné as a newspaper supported us, and there was a lot of synergies with televisions and radios. We have less now, but lots of work has been done. I will finish because after the press we went to appeal to the administrative court. So we made requests for the different designers of Butte Rouge, the Collectif Séverine and Collectif Citoyen Châteauneuf made different proposals to respect landscape, homes, and merits to have a social and environmental study that has not been done so far, and we believe only if we get a classification as a historic monument can ensure true safeguarding of the buildings and of the garden sitting. In that way, we ask by the minister to accept to protect our landscape and the tree heritage. So we hope in July or August to get a feedback from the minister. This is the situation as of today. Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
Il y a aussi le livre.
There's also Thérèse Guillaume's book, who wasn't able to be here with us today, that was published by Parenthèse on the Butte Rouge and describes all of the battle that you have just been going over. We have time for 2 questions. Milan just told me. Since the bus is waiting for us, let's take 2 questions. I mean, it could go on forever. But we have to get back to Andalusia.
Encore une question.
Just one question. You were talking about resistance in the association movement. There was also a model, a kind of top-down model in France, which means that we have to spend energy to go against projects. In the framework of the Butte Rouge, This is something that I don't know that well personally, but I've been there several times. It seems that the values, contemporary values of economics and energy and questions of thermal issues mean that there will always be a problem. I mean, it's a problem if we keep those buildings. Were there any advances on those areas? And if we were not in a system that's so vertical, would there not be a possibility of having some kind of a compromise? We would need to be in a system where, yes, you're right, it's top down. We're in a system where we could be heard by the mairie, by the inhabitants and associations, kind of the same thing. Energy renovation took place in 80 and beginning of 95 with the design, with the equipment and material at the time. It was well done. But the mairie often puts forward problems of ventilation, but also it's kind of old already. It dates back to the 80s and the beginning of the 90s. We could do something else. Several architects have had a look that know the But Rouge very well, have made proposals for light renovations, rehabilitation basically, because what's going on is that the problem is, on the one hand, communication on the mairie about the But Rouge is, it's obsolete, it's not good, it's humid, poor inhabitants. And the other side, the inhabitants, as to them, they're very happy to live there. They're in a setting that they enjoy. It's ideal. With living conditions in most buildings, most of the buildings are healthy. There's only a few that are not, that the mayor's been communicating on because they're in bad condition. But that's not all the houses. And in addition, I'm trying to measure my words, but the But Rouge is not being well kept. There's problems with plumbing, they don't answer, people they pay their charges, but they get no results. They have a minimum level of maintenance. And another factor has to do with those that support us. There's not really a problem of major proportions that would require a demolition of 85% of the But Rouge. Okay. We'll take just one more question. The bus is there. Maybe concerning Andalusia, Huelva. It's not a question, it's simply to say, Madam, what's good? Don't change. Don't take something that's good for something that's ugly. I've lived in an eco-quartier. It's horrible. So hold on to what you've got. Hold on, and I hope that everybody is here. If you need it, you call them, and don't let go. And it'll be wonderful, because it's important for human beings. Thank you. I had a conclusion that I wanted to say. It is thanks to the work, the collaborative work on the part of all of us together locally and the support that we've had, that we've succeeded in slowing down the process of destruction. Because I think that otherwise it would have been already done. So, anyway. And I've noted that Rio Tinto means red, right? Like the But Rouge. Rio Tinto. We're going to continue our discussions in the bus. I think there are 45 seats in the bus, and we can bring people to the museum via the bus. I think the bus ride is for the ride around the city, and it's all available to speakers and partners. And on foot, I think you're going to the Museum of Seine. The Museum of Seine we can visit. Now, the vineyards is via Otherwise, we'll be seeing tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The doors will open at 9. And don't forget to drop off your headsets for the translation on your way out. It's very important because we have to charge them up. Just drop them off where you picked them up. Thank you so much. If you want to go to the museum at Sérène, I'll take the initiative we can walk over there together. That's how we'll do it. It'll be fun.